Charawenu Ozana will take you through, but I just want to check other provinces. But I thought let me start here. So how many are outside? 2. Oh, okay. Now I saw 2 people outside. I don't know if they're in now. When I was coming in. Okay, while we are checking Beben, let's check other provinces. Lizzie, Podge, is she connected? Are they
Yes,
connected?
you're connected. Yes, you're connected. Lizzie's feeling a little bit.
Podge,
Podge, we are connected.
Podge Strong?
Yes.
Are you here?
Yes, we are here.
Pumalanga looks like they have network issue. Pumalanga. Docas. Eastern Cape.
Yes, Eastern Cape is here. We're ready, settled down.
Did you confirm that Podge is here?
As you can see the program today, we're going to have the opening and welcome by Miss Linda.
Recording in progress.
We're also going to have the update by Nemisa on mobile app training. Zawa will do that. She's not going to take long because people can do it while listening to other presentations if they want to. And then we'll have a presentation by Siafunda CTC, the brief on 4IR. We felt that it is important that we give you information about the 4IR. Remember, 4IR has been a talk of the show everywhere. So just that kind of a brief, because our department is all about that as well. We are broadcast, we are ICT, so we cannot not talk about the 4IR. Then we have the GPV presentation by Ms. Lindas, because remember this kind of a training, it's 365 days campaign on no violence against women and children abuse. As you are here, so we're talking about those issues. We will want Ms. Lindas to tell you what is the department doing in terms of the issues of GBV, especially the GBV that happens online, because sometimes we make mistakes and we find ourselves in trouble. We might think that there are things that you don't know. In the meantime, you do know, but you are just making mistake. Or you sometimes forget about those things. Ray was saying yesterday when he was teaching you that he knows that you are aware of the finances, but you still make mistake. He knows that you are aware of the dangers in the ATM. He highlighted them, but he said, I still want to say something so that I remind you. So yeah, we will have that. Then we will have the interaction or the discussion. Then we'll have the closure by Ms. Mahashela in Mpumalanga. She's in Mpumalanga. So let me check other provinces by calling the colleagues that are in those provinces. For now, you can continue with what you've been doing.
Morning again, guys. I just want to check who went home to finalize on the course that was done yesterday. So you all went and slept. Did you get the certificate? Congratulations, my baby. Thank you. Guys, pick up your socks. Pick up your socks.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Mpumalanga. Good morning, Eastern Cape. Good morning, Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, we can't hear you. Eastern Cape,
Eastern Cape is here. Thank you.
Eastern Cape, can I see you? Sakela?
they are there. Now you're
Yeah,
okay.
through this block. I can't see.
Which Paula?
Yonale, yeah. Coach,
Yeah, Poch.
Malanga, I don't see Mpumalanga, at least the others, I can see the movement.
Yeah, Mpumalanga is no more.
Yeah.
It's trying to connect all.
Can you check if you're from the
Kunopule.
present?
Oh, I lapangas. Angas, but I know who's sitting there. It's Pool.
From Siakunda, who's doing presentation on your side?
Is Tawiso?
Can you hear us, Pule?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Okay, we're wasting time. Let's just say that as a program director, we are opening this training today. I will allow Ms. Lindas to do the formal opening and welcome. I saw that she's already on the line. So let me give it to her so that we don't waste more time. Others will find us on the way. I think Mpumalanga is struggling with connection, but they will find us on the way. While I'm calling Dorcas, Ms. Lindas, over to you.
Good morning, Ms. Mlalosi, and good morning to all that is hearing my voice. Ms. Mlalosi, may I suggest that we give it at least another 5 minutes or so that we can ensure that all the provinces are connected before we do the official opening of today's session, if that is possible, please. Thank you.
We didn't hear you, Ms. Lindas.
To make sure the other provinces are connected before we start with the
Petronella?
Good morning, Ms. Mlalosi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear now.
I was asking if it is at all possible if we can give it another few minutes for the other provinces to be connected, because it would be more important for everyone to be connected when we do the official opening of the session for today, please, if that is possible. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that. I think there's one province that I think it's not responding, Mpumalanga, but Eastern Cape and Poch is live. I can see them. Let me call Dorcas and check.
Thank you. Ms. Mlalosi? Ms. Mlalosi, can you hear me? Mr. Slatshwayo, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I am just checking what is happening because I'm just hearing faint voices in the background.
Okay, Petronella, we're still checking Pumalanga. They are now connected. So we're going to start now.
Okay.
They
thank
didn't
you.
have a correct link. Can you hear?
Yes, I heard you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I will be starting shortly. I see them now online. we see that they are there online. Let me give it to you due to time constraints that is going to affect us, because Ms. Mahashela was also asking me when it will be the break time. I think the break can still be 12 o'clock based on the fact that we want to push the program. Over to you, Ms. Linders.
Ms. Mlalosi, please accept my apology, but can you please confirm when you say the break time will be at 12 o'clock? Does that mean the program will be ending at that time, or is that the break for lunch, so that we can also just have clarity in terms of what is being said? Thank you. Before I start.
The 12 o'clock will be the body break, which can be 5 to 10 minutes. I'm responding to it because now it will be the one that will guide us based on the presentations of today. So I'm saying 5 to 10 minutes will be a body break. Thereafter, we'll see how we work as fast as we can in terms of the program. But if we can finish all the discussions before 2 o'clock, we will then go to by that time, we will then go on lunch and leave. So we'll be done with the program as soon if all can be presented and done. So the 12 o'clock break will be our estimation for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mlalosi, and thank you to all the participants. If that is so, then can you please indicate if I should then now start with the opening and welcome for the third day? Thank you.
Over to you. Please start.
Thank you, Ms. Mlalosi. Can you please confirm if you can see my screen?
Not yet. Let me remove.
You can see you.
Yes.
You can see me?
Yes, we can see you.
So as I said yesterday, not yesterday, actually the day before yesterday, what I will do today is I am going to just keep the screen open for a few minutes so that participants can see me, because I obviously cannot see whether you can see me, but if you have confirmed that, then thank you. So good morning to all the participants at the 365-day No Violence Against Women and Children campaign hosted by the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies support program, sorry. I would like to just firstly start by saying that I want to repeat for those that may join us today for the first time that that my name is Petronella Linders. I am currently the Chief Director for Gender, Disability, Youth and Children programming within the department. And secondly, I would like to confirm that the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies is the department that is coordinating or hosting this event, just for those that are joining us for the first time today. Thirdly, I would like to also indicate that this is the third day of this program, as we started on the 6th of April. And as I indicated on the first day, the overall objective and purpose of this program is for the department, which is DCDT, to respond to the 365-day campaign on no violence against women and children. And in that regard, our department has chosen to therefore have a year-long program, with this process or session being the first of this year-long program activities. So with that background, to those that may not have been here on the first and the second day, I will now start with the opening for today. Thank you so much, Ms. Mlalosi, for giving me this opportunity again to do this. So as the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, we would like to welcome each and every participant that is currently in the physical rooms in the provinces of Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, Northwest, and the host province, KZN, as well as whomever that may have had the opportunity to connect to this program online. We would like to welcome you and indicate to you that you are very much welcome to ask questions, to interact, to participate, and to actively and robustly assist us with managing and ensuring that this day, the third day of this program, is a success. I would also like to open the day with something that I think I heard a few years ago. And this is what I heard. I heard that in South Africa, we are the most violent country in the world. And that, when I heard that statement, it sent very cold chills through my whole body, because I thought to myself, do we really want to have the record or the connotation or the label as the most violent country in South Africa? And unfortunately for us, less than 2 to 3 years after I heard that statement for the first time, the President of South Africa announced, when he released the program on 16 days of activism against women and children in 2020, that yes, indeed, we are, and that we are actually having a double pandemic, because at that point in time, we were in the grip of the COVID-19 pandemic. And he then indicated that as South Africa, we unfortunately are facing two pandemics, and the second one being the gender-based violence pandemic. And in that regard, we need to look at strategies to overcome this. So this third day, therefore, is now continuing, where we will be giving you further practical skills to enhance yourself and to enable you, if you have been affected by GBV, or if you are a current survivor of GBV, to enable yourself to economically empower yourself after having received digital literacy skills. Secondly, we would like today to share some information with you in regards to what we are doing with civil society and partners like Siafunda, and they will be sharing practical information with you around the fourth industrial revolution, as well as what technologies are available in supporting the move from analog to digital for our country, but more importantly, what is available in ensuring that we assist the country to combat this scourge of gender-based violence. Lastly, we will then have a discussion on the very issues relating to GBV, where we will present to you the information as it relates to DCT in terms of what we are doing and what we plan to do going forward. But secondly, we would like to have a discussion with you around what is it that you think we need to include. So those are essentially what we will be focusing on today. And I would like to open the session with the words of the former and late Nelson Mandela, the first democratically elected president of South Africa, when he said that something is only impossible until it is done, close quote. Therefore, I truly believe that if we work collectively and united and in a united front, we are able to overcome the scourge of gender-based violence. And this program is but one initiative of one national department to assist with that overcoming of the scourge. And I would like to say that this program for today is therefore officially open, and I hope that you will interact, enjoy, and also have some fun. For those that are in KZN, you are very privileged because you are close to the ocean, similarly to the Eastern Cape participants. And then Mpumalanga and Northwest, I think the two provinces, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, are two of the most beautiful provinces of South Africa. And I think that we as South Africans should appreciate what we have, but mostly we should focus on how can we assist women and girls to be safe in provinces like Northwest, Mpumalanga, that is so aesthetically beautiful. With these very few words, I would like to indicate that I hope that we will have a robust, interesting, and vibrant day today. Although it will be short, but I think we must make it count so that we end on a high note and we are able to look back on this day and say it was worthwhile to be part of this program. May you have a glorious, blessed interaction, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Linda. Thank you very much for those lovely words, encouraging words. And now we will have to move with our program. We will go to the update by Nemisa. Zama is here. She will then take us through.
Good morning, everyone. Morning to the other provinces. So today there's no much of talking also because everybody is busy on the learning platform. I can see the progress. I've seen the progress. Congratulations to everyone who have finished, who have received their certificates. That is a very positive and good news. Thank you so much for this. You guys are pushing. So for yesterday's list, I have managed to add everyone else that I received their list yesterday. So everyone who contributed their numbers are on the learning platform now. So everyone can be able to log in, especially the other provinces, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, I'm not sure of the others, but all the lists that was contributed by Mam Thandi are all added on the learning platform. So if you have any questions, you can just contact me or tell Mr. Mam Thandi, and I will assist you in whatever you want to be assisted with. So if you can't reach the learning platform, please tell me. I will update your number. If you had a wrong number, please tell me so I will update your number and put the new one. So if you have any questions, please do so. But yeah, we just doing the learning platform. Please do finish the digital skills literacy course first, and then you can do the second one. Thank you. Over to you, Mam Thandi.
Thank you very much, Zama. She is asking you if you want to say something. Can you say something in terms of what you have learned? If you want to say something, I haven't had other provinces, colleagues from other provinces, their experience. I'm just seeing the messages from our colleagues that the delegates are finishing or they've received certificates. So anyone that wants to say something can just say it. She is encouraging that once you finish with what you've been doing, continue because the courses are so many. Yesterday, even Ray next to me, she has passed and got his certificates. So it's what Zama didn't say yesterday, that even us as old ones, we can pass. Yeah. Colleagues, let's move with the program because it looks like we are on time. While Zama will keep on coming to talk to us, I will then call Siafunda to give us a brief update as per the program, to give us a brief presentation on 4IR, and then we'll then have Ms. Linda's. So over to you, Siafunda. I don't know who in Siafunda that is going to give us a brief. Zakel.
Rabu screen.
Is there anyone who wants to say something? Is there hands again?
Yes, from Miss Lindes.
From?
Miss Lindes.
Oh, Petronella?
Thank you, Ms. Ndalosi. Although I am the Chief Director, I am also a participant. I hear Mr. Slatwayo's laugh when he's indicating to you that I have raised my hand. So I would like to ask Zama a question in relation to the learning platform. I would like to just understand, how do we make the learning platform accessible to persons with vision or rather with sensory disabilities such as vision, hard of hearing, deafness, as well as with regards to print handicap persons, people that are not able to read print. Have there been any work done in terms of making the learning platform more accessible in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lindas, for the question. I think for now, we at the MESA Learning Platform, we don't have those kind of courses that specializes for that can accommodate those people with disabilities. But I think it's a topic that we will have to discuss with Mr. Jacques, who's the project manager, and also Antoinette going forward. What can they do to accommodate those people? Thank you. Are you okay with the answer, Ms. Lindas?
Thank you, Zama.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other question from the other provinces? Is everyone okay with the learning platform? Because I need to check your progress and also see if everyone else was able to log in. Can we at least get the response from the other provinces?
Hello, good morning. This is Alana.
Morning.
Morning. So our people on this side were able to log on to the website, and they have the training material to their disposal. However, we do have a couple of individuals that were not registered. So we'll be putting their numbers onto the chat group where you can kindly register them for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes we might have network issues, but all you need to do is you refresh your page and start again. It will take you where you left off. So you need to refresh now and then because the network sometimes gives us issues, but learning platform is okay. So I think everyone else was able to log in, and I'll check your progress after the other item, the other presentation. Thank you. Is there a hand?
Yes, this is Eastern Cape, Gqeberha. Our connection is fine, and we also received 4 certificates currently, so we're still continuing. Otherwise, our network and everything is stable. Thank you.
I couldn't hear that. Can you please repeat again?
Okay, I was saying Eastern Cape, Gqeberha.
Oh,
excuse me, ma'am. I was saying Eastern Cape in Gqeberha, we're still doing well. And some of us have received 4 certificates now. We're still continuing. Otherwise, our connection is stable. We're doing well this side. We managed to log in and carry on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's a very good news. Thank you. And, oh, it's an old one. People will need to be added. Okay. Okay, I can see the message from Pumalanga with the numbers. Okay, I will add those numbers just now. In a minute, they should be able to log in. Thank you. The other provinces, can they please also indicate if they are okay with the learning platform? We need to make sure everyone is okay. Thank you. So currently here in Durban, how many people are still on the learning platform? How many people are still doing their courses? Okay, so we only have 2 people in Durban, so we are progressing. Thank you, Durban.
Hi, good morning, Zama. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you to the provinces that indicated that they are on track.
You can proceed. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
I was saying thank you very much to yourself for the facilitation thus far, and also for all the provinces that has indicated that they are on track in terms of completing the courses on the learning platform. And then also thank you to Eastern Cape and to Mpumalanga. I would like to just ask if there is anyone from Northwest that would like to comment or say anything. And I would also just like to say that I think it is really a awesome opportunity, because this is showing that digital learning is really possible and that NAMISA is ahead in terms of providing these platforms to South Africans, because it is accessible to most South Africans, because all you need is a mobile number. And I think it is a brilliant opportunity for us to continue to assist South Africans to become digitally literate. So I just wanted to ask if Northwest, because they are the only province that we did not hear from in terms of today. And then I'd like to just say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Linda. I really appreciate that. We are still waiting for Northwest to respond, because I want to help everyone. I want to make sure everyone receives their certificate, because the good thing is after you finish these courses, which is digital literacy, and also there is Start Your Business, and there's also Microsoft Office 101. So there's more courses. You can even specialize in Office 365 alone, just to learn and go through those courses for your own digital skills development. So there are more courses. Whenever you finish courses, the courses, more courses can be opened for you on the platform. Thank you.
Northwest, hello.
Yes.
As in Northwest, we seem that the training it's a little bit challenging, but we managed to get at least 9 certificates for us. So we're pushing.
Wow.
Only 3 challenges, because 3 members did not connect, but I think they will connect shortly. And this is a mind-blowing experience for us, because the activity is so wow. We're getting there. We're winning. We're a winning team, actually.
Yes, you're a winning team. Thank you so much. Thank you, Northwest. Thank you so much. I think you're going to be okay.
People we're waiting for them to get their certificates. You are nearly there. We thank you for this course.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Overall, 100%, we think we are 80 now. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That is good news. Yeah, keep on pushing, guys. If you have any issues, just tell me. I can be able to assist you. Thank you so much. Colleagues, while waiting for...
Sorry, Tandi.
Hi, Ms. Linda.
May I just say thank you so much to Northwest, and thank you to the speaker. And I would agree with them that they are a winning team, because she says they have completed 80% already. So it means they are getting there. But I think KZN is ahead of them based on what I heard earlier. So thank you so much. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you. It looks like it's a competition. So let's hear, by the end of the day, if all of us will complete the classes. And also maybe Zama will give you a homework. And that homework, you will be communicating with her and NAMISA, because it will be a very good empowerment for you, not to stop, but to continue. Yeah, because she mentioned that the platform has many courses that you can do. So as soon as you find the connectivity, take the opportunity. Thank you very much, Zama. And thank you very much, Ms. Lindas. I think I tried to call Tabiso at Siafunda, I think maybe is in a meeting. He will then tell us when he's ready to present. Now I will request Ms. Lindas to give us the presentation. I know that she was not supposed to present now, but due to the fact that Siafunda is not ready, I will request Ms. Lindas to come in.
They are ready, Ms.
Yes.
Mlalo.
Siafunda has indicated that Pule is waiting for time for presentation.
Pule is online.
Yes, they've made an indication. Check your phone.
Okay, okay, no, that's fine. I think you can communicate with him there because I tried to write a message here. He can start prepared to present that brief presentation. If he can hear me, Miss Lindas, my apologies. You will come after this presentation. Claire? I don't see Pule here. I got a message, Zakele, from Smile, Mr. Smile, that Tabiso will call. Unless he comes in now. Let's give him 3 minutes to see if he will come in while we continue with what we are doing in terms of our courses online, mobile courses. So give him 3 minutes. I will try to call him.
Greetings. Can you confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Can you kindly give me 2 minutes to pull up my presentation?
Okay. We can hear you.
Can you guys see my presentation? Please
Yes,
confirm if you can see.
Yes, we can see the presentation. Please continue.
Thank you for acknowledgement. Right. My name is Amos Chauke from Siafula CTC, and I'm going to take you through the fourth industrial revolution. So yes, fourth industrial revolution. What is 4IR? Before we even dive into the 4IR, we must first understand where we are coming from. So before the fourth industrial revolution, we had the first industrial revolution, which was in 1765, where we were led by the steam engines. So steam engines was invented in 1765, and then it involved and go to the mass production, which was driven by electricity and oil, which this is the second industrial revolution. And then we dive into third industrial revolution, where we were automated production, supported by electronics and information technologies. So in 1969, this is where technology was introduced. And then today we are on 4IR, the fourth industrial revolution. So some of the contents I'm going to say here you familiar with, which is Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, big data, cloud, and cyber physical systems. What is exactly 4IR? So here is the 4 pillars of fourth industrial revolution, where is we have cybersecurity, cloud computing, mobile technologies, machine-to-machine 3D printing, and advanced robotics, big data, and Internet of Things.
We can't hear you, Pule. Amos,
Amos.
is it Amos Sakel?
Amos.
Amos, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear.
Thank you. I'll first explain cybersecurity. So cybersecurity, it's like your security at your home. So we all know that we need safety in our homes and everywhere where we go around. So first thing that you need to know is that at our homes we have something that is called a gate. A gate is something that okay, so I was making an example about our home. So in order for you to be safe, you need to install a gate and then electric fence, those kind of stuff. Same applies to your mobile phones. You need to protect yourself online. So here, this is where cybersecurity comes in. And then we've got cloud computing in mobile technology, and then 3D printing. I don't know if you guys know about 3D printing.
You guys know about 3D printing? They don't know.
Okay, so 3D printing, let me just try and go to YouTube and show you what exactly 3D printing does.
When something was Look at this video. I'm going to show you unboxing and end of the full 3D printer that is really decided in the next one. So without wasting any time, let's do this. Okay, so first of all, we go to the assembly guide and so. Oh, I got it.
So 3D printing, you can print objects like your
So now let's take this picture.
It seems like challenges with the network. It's cutting.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's fine. I'll explain 3D printer just now. So a 3D printer is like a printer. Do you all know a printer, right? It prints documents, everything that you type in, you can print it on a printer, right? So a 3D printer, it prints object like this on my screen. Can you confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yes, so it prints the 3D objects like these ones. Let me quickly take you back to the presentation. Okay, so in order for you to survive in a 4IR space, you need to Nuru. So Nuru means network, understand, research, and upskill yourself. You don't actually need those skills only. You also need time management, creativity, and innovation, and adaptability. So here are top technological skills and creative and career paths that you need in order for you to fit in a 4IR space, which is a software development, IT security specialist, IT support or help desk, and cloud engineer, system administration. So I don't know if you want me to elaborate on that.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, you can briefly elaborate. Remember, it's just a brief presentation that we are giving us. So
Okay,
for delegates to understand.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'll take maybe 5 minutes and explain all this career path. And also data scientist, system analyst, database administrator, digital marketing specialist, last but not least, technopreneur. So software development, it's someone who develops a computer or mobile application and system that operates devices, control networks, and allow users to complete specific tasks. So web developer design the appearance, navigation, and then content organization of a website. So it's someone who develops website and applications. So in order for you to obtain this skill, you need a degree in bachelor degree in software engineering and computer sciences, and the national diploma in software development. So if you need a non-degree certification, you can go to IT Varsity, Free Code Camp, Coursera, Udemy, etc. IT security specialist. So IT security specialist works in various industries to build and maintain digital protective measures in intellectual property and data that belongs to an organization. And they help companies create contingency plans in case information gets hacked from their networks and servers. And in order for you to obtain this skill, you need a Bachelor's of Science in Cybersecurity or Information Technology and Diploma in Information Technology. If you need a non-degree certification, you can go to CompTIA, Cybrary, FutureLearn, Coursera, and Udemy. Cloud engineer. In order for you to obtain a cloud engineer, you need bachelor's degree in information technology and diploma in information technology. So cloud engineers takes care of any system or application that has to do with so-called cloud. So if I may ask a question, what is a cloud? Did anyone heard anything about cloud?
You keep your information. Yeah.
I'm waiting to see the hands to respond to the question. Zaket.
Better math.
Eh?
Better math.
Okay, so cloud, it's a
what you say?
It's a storage. It's not a physical storage actually. It's a Okay, it's a digital storage. In Ankara, we have different types of storage devices. We have your memory cards, you've got your hard drives, and you storing data on those storage devices, it's a risk because if it gets lost, so you lost your data. If it gets damaged, you lost your you lose your data. So cloud computing or cloud storage is where you store your data in the cloud online, so you can access it anywhere in the world. So yeah, that's exactly a cloud engineer. So a cloud engineer refers to all servers that any user can access over the internet, including all the software or application that runs on them. For an example, on your phone, if you can search now, there's something that is called Google Drive or OneDrive. That's where you can store your data or information, like your pictures, music, videos, etc. Okay, and then we've got someone who is called data scientist. So data scientist is someone who collects data for advertising, for strategic decision-making, and more. So some biggest and most profitable company on earth like Facebook, Google, and what's this other app that we install on our phones, like TikToks, each and every app that you install, they take your data, like they require you to put whatever, like your interest When you sign up for TikTok or Facebook, they ask you what's your interest. So if you like football, you say football and music, comedy, and stuff like that. And then they show you those kind of stuff when you go to the app. I don't know if you understand me or not.
Are you nearly done? Moses?
Yes, I'm still here. Can you repeat your question?
Now you were asking if bayakuzwa. I'm saying they will ask questions once you're done on questions of clarity. But if they are clear, then it will be fine. We'll also check with other provinces.
Okay,
So
okay, thank you.
I'm checking if you're done.
Okay, thank you. I'm only left with 2 slides to explain the other skills.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so current opportunities. So these are the website where you can visit in order for you to acquire those skills that I've just mentioned. So you can go to Code Academy, Free Code Camp, Microsoft and LinkedIn Learning, IBM Digital Nation Africa and Skill Build, Cisco Networking Academy, Udemy, and Coursera. So growing your network, techniques to unleash creativity. So you can volunteer or create a LinkedIn profile and network, organization on endorsement, job acceleration, recommendation letters, project and entrepreneurship, or create a CV portfolio or job shadowing. So if I may ask, how many of us do we have a LinkedIn account? Or do we know we LinkedIn account? Okay, so it's time for Q's and A's.
Thank you, Pule. I'm sorry, they said Moses.
Amos.
Amos, you are many now. Sorry about mentioning a wrong name.
Okay,
I think.
Petronella is raising her hand.
Okay, I guess you can see the hands there. Petronella, you can come in.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Amos, for the presentation. I'd like to ask you, when you were referring to the Google Drive and explaining cloud computing, are you then therefore saying that cloud, when you refer to a cloud in terms of the computing language, that Google Drive is a example of a cloud, or is Google Drive the cloud? Just for clarity. Then secondly, you mentioned towards the end that there is a number of careers available in relation to cybersecurity. So I just wanted to understand, when we talk cybersecurity, do we include it as a subject in another area, or is it recognized as a domain on its own when studying? Thank you.
Did you hear the questions? Thank you, Ms. Lindas. Any
Yes,
other questions again? Online? Zakele, can you see any questions online? Okay, none. You can respond.
Okay, so Google Drive is an example of a cloud computing. And then to answer your question on cybersecurity, it's a domain on its own.
Hey, you continue.
Yeah, it's a domain on its own, and you can get these courses on Cisco. It has courses from intro until to advanced. You can take the introductory, and then when you're done with the introductory, you can go further if you are more interested in it. I don't know if I've answered. I don't know if I've answered you.
Petronella, are you answered?
Thank you. I'm answered in terms of the second question, but with the first one, you indicated that Google Drive is an example of a cloud. So can you give us more examples? And also, can you please give a broader explanation of cloud computing? Thank you.
Over to you. Moses.
Yes, I'm still here.
Did you hear the response from Petronella?
Okay, just speaking. So to answer the question for Google Drive, so I almost made an example that a Google Drive is part of the cloud. So in order for us to explain it more further, so when we make an example with Google Drive, so it's a cloud computing which is on a cloud. Usually you store your files online and then you are able to access them. But then if we go further, explaining how it's linked to what cloud computing, due to that it's linked to cloud computing. Sorry, it's linked to cloud computing due to certain reason, because if you check Google Drive, we say it's on a cloud, you store your things on there. So that's why it's an example of a cloud computing due to a drive on itself. It has what? It has servers out there, which where you are able to store and access your information. So all your information is stored where? On a server somewhere in a cloud. So of which the server is managed by someone who is a cloud engineer, who is able to allow people to save and store their files on that server, and you are able to also delete whenever you want to delete the files or restore them after certain days. I hope I've answered the question here.
Miss Lindas, are you satisfied?
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. And as we are on Q&A, is there any other one that wants to ask question? Yes, here we do have one person who wants to ask a question. Please do.
Morning. I want to know, does Cisco offer training within the or from the company? Because I didn't quite hear that. Your connection hasn't been very clear. So there's a lot of stuff that I've actually missed in your presentation. So firstly, actually, I want to know, is your presentation downloadable? Secondly, I want to find out, does Cisco offer programs with training and that sort of thing?
Okay, thank you for the question. So the presentation is shareable. We will share with Mantali the presentation, and she will share with you guys. And then secondly, Cisco, yes, it does offer instructor-led trainings, which for various courses like your IT, your cybersecurity, and your programming. So it does have trainings for all those courses. So we have instructors who are there to assist and also to deliver the course content in detail.
Thank you. Are you happy with the response? Okay, thank you very much. Any other question? While a presenter is still online, any other pressing matter in terms of the presentation? Other provinces, Eastern Cape, is there any question that you want to ask? Eastern Cape?
No, ma'am, as everything is still clear at the side. Thank you.
You are fine?
Yes, we are fine. No comment and questions at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. Mpumalanga, any question?
Mpumalanga, are we okay?
You are okay with the presentation?
We're okay with the presentation, thank you.
Thank you. Northwest, Posh, any question on the presentation?
Hello?
Yes. Northwest, Posh.
We have a challenge. I did not understand the industrial resolutions because of I couldn't hear the facilitator there.
You didn't hear the...
Because he was mute, so we missed that part.
Which part?
Where he was explaining industrial revolution, because he was on the first revolution, second, and the third, explaining the years there. We did not get there because that part, because he was mute. We did not hear anything. We just saw on the screen what he was presenting, but we could not hear him clearly.
Okay, so what you didn't hear is the explanation of the first, second, and third and the fourth industrial revolution.
Yes,
is what you are saying.
Explain that for us a bit.
Okay, you can take them through.
Okay, to explain the fourth industrial revolution, so currently we are on the fourth one, of which we never knew that where we started from. So it started from where? From the first industrial revolution. So where everything was manual. So even when planting, people were using cows to plant. So, and also like everything was, I cannot put it. So there were no tractors for planting at that time. So only things were manual. So that was our first industrial revolution. Even when also we didn't have our globes to light in the house, but then we were using We were using candles. We were using all those different types of lighting systems. And then the second revolution, and then that's whereby they've upgraded a little bit from the first revolution, whereby they've introduced your tractors to help you to plant. You're no longer using a cow to plant on your farm. Now you're using a tractor to plant your seeds and crops. And then the third one is an updated revolution from the second one, whereby they started introducing electronics. Also compared to the phones that we were using earlier on. So that's where they introduced phones whereby everything now now became electronics and also information technologies, like each and everything. Like now they introducing now new things like your phones were outdated, so you're no longer using that big phone, the heavy phone that goes into your pocket, and also heavy to carry around. So they now introduce more simpler phones which are not heavy as much, and they don't have aerials anymore. So remember before we had phones which whereby whenever they call you, you need to pull out an aerial so that you can connect to the signal, and then you'll be able to communicate with the person who's calling you. But then they upgraded from that, and then that's whereby they introduced smartphones. That's where our smartphones came in, whereby they don't use any areas for connecting to the signal, whether you're MTN, Vodacom, Telcom. And then we have now what we call the fourth industrial revolution, whereby everything is automated. So we have this thing that we call Internet of Things. So where everything is connected through what? Through your phone. So you can control everything by just only using what? Your phone. You open your gate by just only using your phone. You switch on the TV by just only using your phone. So that's whereby things are now becoming automated. Like each and everything is connected into what? Your mobile device, and then you are able to control everything from there. And you are able to send documents by only using what? Your phone instead of using a computer or a laptop. So everything now becomes connected into a one device. So I hope I've answered. I've explained the fourth industrial revolution, and hopefully everyone understands.
Let's get the Northwest. They asked the question. Are you clear now, Northwest?
Yes, we're clear. To summarize on what was said, I think everything evolved. Maybe the presentation is all about evolution. Over the years, things were cheaper then. Now, technology is there. So I'm getting it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation, Siyafunda. I think now that I don't see hands, I think everyone is happy with the presentation. They understood, but you are still online. So those that remembered something, they can write it online. You will respond online. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Montani.
Northwest, another question?
There's another question.
Northwest.
Okay.
I just want to
Please shoot.
In terms of the fourth industrial revolution, which includes the artificial intelligence and information flow, what are the contingency plans of protecting the vulnerabilities of securities? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. What are the contingency plans of protecting the vulnerabilities of security?
Okay, thank you for asking that question. That's whereby then we come into a place where we were talking about cybersecurity. So that's whereby you need to do your cybersecurity in order for you to know how to protect yourself from all of these threats that are out there. So you need to do cybersecurity to understand the threats and how you can protect yourself online using all of these devices. Because now everything is connected into one thing, but then also these security issues which are there. We know that we have hackers, we have all those people who will try and access information. Yeah. So you need to. Okay.
I wanted to go there. So, in terms of protecting, I know there are certain agencies that protect data from being hacked and stuff. So, what are the plans for preventing what is this spywares?
Sorry, didn't get the question clear.
What are the plans of protecting consumers from spywares?
From spywares?
Yes.
Can you elaborate your question clear? Because if you're talking about spywares, then you're talking about, I can maybe talk about laptop, computers, and all of that. So can you elaborate your question further?
Thank you.
Can I elaborate the question that you were saying? I think you were saying that what are other ways that companies can use to prevent their data being hacked by malicious softwares?
Did you hear the question?
Okay, yes, yes, I read the question. I was just trying to. So like, yeah, okay, the company, okay, if you're working in a certain company, then after then how your data is being protected from such things. So usually we have other things like your POPI. So we have the POPI, which whereby companies should follow the rules and how to save and store. Okay, but then even if POPI is there, but then sometimes people gain access to the company's system, the software, all of that. So that's why whereby we have to have like what your system analyst, whereby they always monitor what's happening on the company's networks in order for the company not to be hacked. So we have the system analyst, whereby they are always sitting on their desktop or laptop on their chair, checking each and everything that is coming in and out. Because sometimes you just only visit the website and then only to find out that already they gain access to certain part of your information. It is a huge risk. That's why we have system analysts. So we have different types of system analysts that are out there to protect the companies from such issues.
Thank you very much for your response. Any other question? Thank you, Northwest. Any other question? If there are no clarity questions or comments, I would like to thank the presentation by Siafunda on brief for IR. It was indeed brief and informative. Thank you very much. And now we'll move to the next presentation by Ms. Linders. She will present the GBVF. Shortly, yeah. So I think we're done with the Siafunda presentation.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Ms. Ndlalosi, sorry to interrupt you. Can you please just give me 3 minutes, firstly to send you the presentation, and then secondly, if I could also get an opportunity to just respond to the question that was asked about cybersecurity before I do the presentation on GBV. Thank you.
Okay. While Zakele is uploading your presentation, we have received it.
Please ask him not to upload that one. I will just send you the correct one. I just please
Okay.
do not upload that one. Thank you.
Okay. You can respond to the question on cybersecurity.
So in terms of the question that was asked with regard to cybersecurity, from the Department of Communications perspective, we also do have the cybersecurity chief directorate within the department that specifically focuses on assisting the country to combat cybersecurity. But over and above that, the department has what is called the cybersecurity hub, where incidents of cybersecurity related matters can be reported. And in this regard, the department then invites people to send information with regards to any incidents of cybersecurity, whether at individual level or at state, at institutional level. But just to note that obviously there is a number of other role players when it comes to cybersecurity, because the department is not the only player when it comes to cybersecurity in relation to how issues of cybersecurity is addressed, because it's a very huge process. As you can imagine, the state has to be protected in terms of the country, but then also women and citizens rather has to be protected as well. So therefore, we need to make sure that we understand that it is not just the role of the state, but that each one of us in this room has a particular role to play. We all have a role to play in ensuring that, sorry, my throat is very sore today, ensuring that cybersecurity is combated. And what is it that we can do as ourselves? What we can do is we can make sure that we protect ourselves when we are sharing information online, when we are engaging with other people online, but also that we make sure we check whether websites are secure. And there are certain ways that you can check whether a website is secure or not. And then you must also make sure that you not have simple or easy passwords when you are sending information over the internet. And you must protect your information also. Your information must also be password protected in terms of, sorry, my throat. In terms of when somebody sends something, then if you send it to someone and you maybe send it by accident to the wrong person, then that information, if it is password protected, then in that way you are able to ensure that that person don't get access to it. That's one simple practical way that we as individuals and citizens can also assist with combating cybersecurity. But on a broader national level, there are many strategies in place to protect the country. And one of those are the cybersecurity hub that the department has, where incidents can be reported. We will get the cybersecurity hotline number and we will share it with you before the end of the session.
Thank you, Ms. Lindas, for responding to that question on cybersecurity. I think the person that asked the question is understand what was responded to. Without wasting more time, can I then allow Ms. Linders to come in and present the GBV, gender-based violence and femicide information in the department?
Thank you, Ms. Mlalosi. I did.
Guys, Sihle Mvoko and Kayleen and Zianda also got their certificates. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can then start by just indicating that the purpose of this presentation, and I want us to really just focus, because this is essentially what we are planning and what we want to do and what we have done as far as GBV is concerned. But before I start with the presentation, I would like to remind us of what I said when I did my inputs in the meeting, when we opened the session on when we opened the session on the first day, that gender-based violence is the second pandemic in South Africa, and that we are really faced with a number of challenges, but this one is one of our biggest challenges. But we can overcome this if we work together. So the purpose of this presentation, and I'm going to go through the overview very quickly, is firstly to just give you an overview of the department, then an overview of the Chief Directorate in terms of what we do and who we are, and then we will talk to the what strategies we have in place in relation to GBV, and also in relation to general work as far as gender is concerned. We have a number of strategies, but for the presentation, I will focus on gender equality and women's empowerment. Then we will talk to the interventions that has been implemented to date, and thereafter we will talk to the what are we doing and how ready are we, and then lastly we will do the closing remarks. Next slide, please. So if we go to who is the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, and what is our mandate and our vision. Our vision is to be a leader in enabling a connected and digitally transformed South Africa. If you recall, on the first day, I indicated to you that DCDT has to move South Africa from being an analog state in all areas to becoming a digital state. And that is primarily the Department of Communications and Digital Technology within government, because obviously as government, rather as DCDT, we cannot do this on our own. So within government, that is our primary vision. And if you understand a vision is an end goal that you want to see within over a long-term period. And in our case, that being by 2030. Then the mission of the department is to be a leading in terms of SA's inclusive digital transformation journey by creating an enabling environment towards the digital society and fostering socio-economic growth. Now you can say to yourself, that's a lot of English. But what it essentially means is that we want to be able to be the lead department when it comes to the journey that South Africa takes in moving us to a digital inclusive environment and enabling us to use technology for economic growth. So we want to help the country to economically grow, but we also want to make sure that for social and for social interactions, we are also able to ensure that society is connected. And that is our mission. So now our mission is a more working statement in terms of what is it that you want to do and how do you want to do that. And that is what the mission is saying. In the next 3 to 5 years, we need to be able to evaluate the mission and ask, are we more connected socially? Are we more connected economically? And is South Africa lead? There is some background noise. I'm not sure if someone wants to say something.
Sorry about that, Ms. Lindas.
Thank you. Then we can move to the mandate of the department. So now the mandate of the department is then to ensure that we, in everything that we do, we are able to, just give me 1 second. I forgot to indicate at the beginning of the session on the first day. It's actually the first time I didn't say it. I have a vision impairment, so I have to move between screens, sorry, to enable myself to see the screen a bit bigger. So the mandate, therefore, is for South Africa to lead in terms of digital transformation and to be to achieve digital inclusion. And this we want to do obviously through creating an enabling environment, but also to ensuring that we have a regulatory framework that supports that. So that is who the department is and what we want to do. You can move to the next slide. Thank you. Sakele, you can move. So in terms of in terms of the constitutional mandate and background of the department, I will not go through all of this, but you will be able to read it at your own time. But essentially, constitutionally, we are mandated as the department to ensure that we provide the infrastructure, that we provide the information, and that we enable the citizens of the country to derive the benefits from a digitally connected society. Next slide, please. And then to come to the Chief Directorate in terms of what is it that we do as the Chief Directorate and how do we fit in? Because now you need to ask yourself, after all that I just said, how does the issues of women and young people then fit into all of this? And in this regard, the department set up a specific Chief Directorate, which is the Chief Directorate for Gender, Disability, Youth and Children. And for today's purposes, we're focusing on gender. That will assist in ensuring that the needs of women and all women in that statement is covered in everything that we do. And for the purpose of this presentation, we are focusing on gender-based violence as one of those issues. The second thing that we are responsible for is to influence the policies of the department. The third is to provide support to our branches to enable them to respond to your needs as women and as young people and disabled people and children. And then we are responsible for coordinating programs and to raise awareness. And this event or program that we are having is part of the work that we do around awareness. Then lastly, it is to monitor, are we actually achieving what we are saying as DCDT when it comes to women and men on an equal basis in terms of gender for the purpose of this meeting. Next slide, Zakele, thank you. And then, as I indicated, we have a number of strategies. And the one strategy that we have that focuses on issues relating to women and men and to enable them to participate equally in the ICT sector is the gender and ICT strategy. There are also the other three, but I will focus on the gender and ICT strategy. So in terms of the gender and ICT strategy, one of the areas that we have to focus on is to ensure that we support women that are in places of safety. And hence, we have always had a focus when it comes to GBV. Even before the president made the announcement in 2020 that we must have a specific focus on combating gender-based violence, because we had a strategy that looked at supporting women that are in places of safety as one of the components in the gender strategy. The gender strategy will now be part of a more broader framework that we are developing, where we will be looking at digital transformation and digital inclusion for all the 4 sectors. Next slide, Zakele. So I will also just concentrate on the gender component on this slide. In terms of what we have done to date in implementing the programs as far as gender issues are concerned, what we have done is we have tried to focus on ensuring that we implement programs that looks at training people to understand technology. And we did that with various partners like Mobinet, Schoolnet, Women's Net, Siafunda, to understand what can technology do for them and how can they use it. We have also implemented programs specifically focusing on young women. And these include dialogues with young women to look at how they influence policy. And then lastly, we focused on providing digital literacy to women and men to enable them to have a tangible skill. So what we now have to also include is a focus on how do we combat GBV as part of our programs in terms of gender-based violence and in terms of implementing the gender strategy. So these that are on the slide now, they will still continue, but for the purpose of today, we are going to be focusing on what are we doing as far as GBV is concerned. Next slide, please. You can move, Zakele. Thank you. You can move to the next slide. Thank you. So in terms of the state of readiness, now you can go to the next slide. So in terms of the state of readiness, as I indicated, I'm not focusing on youth and children for today. And that's why I said you can move, but you can read in your own time. So in terms of today's focus, we, as the department, for us to combat GBV, we have a structure, like I indicated, a specific chief directorate that focuses on gender equity and women's empowerment. And this is quite important because many departments do not have a specific structure at the level of chief directorate level to focus on gender-based violence and gender-related matters. Secondly, we have included issues relating to GBV in our annual performance plan. That is how seriously the department takes this issue, that we have a specific target on GBV in our annual plan. Then thirdly, we have also supported, now I'm going to just pause for a minute. There's been a process in government under the auspices of the Department of Justice to review all the legislation that deals with protecting women and children and older persons against abuse. And as the Department of Communications, we have participated in that process extensively to ensure that the bills include issues relating to online abuse and that it also includes issues relating to reporting and preventing online abuse, which was not the case before. So the amended acts now, because I also have to report that the president has signed into law all the amendments that has been made to the Domestic Violence Act, the Sexual Offences and Criminal Affairs Related Act, and to the Criminal Affairs Act. These acts has been amended accordingly to ensure that issues relating to electronic online reporting prevention is included. Then the third area, the DCDT is specifically focusing on ensuring that the role of technology when it comes to preventing domestic violence and preventing sexual offenses and reporting sexual offenses and domestic violence that occurs online. So there are two issues. The one is where the offense is online. We play a role there. But the second part is where the offense is physical. We support the work that is done in ensuring that those incidents can be reported electronically. We also, in the bills, is now included a phrase that says all internet service providers must provide information when incidents has occurred online, because that was not the case before, and that they must work with authorities to ensure that all relevant information is provided to enable this act that has been perpetrated is resolved, and that the women or girls or men or boys that has been affected by the act is provided with the support. Then the last area is where we are working with our state-owned companies. You have had the privilege of working with NAMISA. NAMISA is one of our state-owned companies, to ensure that they also have programs and implement processes to combat gender-based violence, and making sure that we are working collectively and in partnership. And one of our other state-owned companies is the SABC, and their role is to raise awareness through their platforms. One of our other state-owned companies, for example, is the Film and Publication Board, that is specifically responsible for combating, monitoring content, sexual violence content for children. I'm just giving examples. So what we need to do is we're working with all of the SOCs also to ensure that they are able to manage what they do to combat gender-based violence. But lastly, excuse me, I have a call. I just need to drop the call. Can I check? Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you go to the next slide? There was a call that came in. Sorry, you can move to the next slide. So the other area where we are working in terms of combating gender-based violence is that we as DCDT, as you've just now had the presentation on Fourth Industrial Revolution, it is the department's responsibility to enable the country to move to the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So even in the work that we are doing as far as the Fourth Industrial Revolution is concerned, we have to look at how are these technologies that are being introduced. Is it going to support us in combating gender-based violence, or is it even promoting gender-based violence? And hence, we have a strong relationship with all. I am in a meeting. sorry, it's a call that came in again, that we have a strong relationship with all the various role players that is taking our country to the fourth industrial revolution. And hence we work with all entities sure that it happens. Then the next area is where we are also having a program that specifically focuses on economic empowerment of women. And one of these programs include focusing on providing information when it comes to digital entrepreneurship and business opportunities. Thirdly, we have to influence what is happening in regards to GBV in the context of sexual offenses and domestic violence. Remember, I said earlier, we have the bills now, the amended acts, but in the area of domestic violence is when it happens within the domestic area of the home. We also have to look at how do we support that in relation to technology. And then sexual offenses is when you are offended, when the act is related to a sexual offense. And in this regard, it's more related to the online activities and the cyber stalking, revenge porn, and these areas that we are focusing on and that we are working with technology institutions. We have to work with our regulators to ensure that we combat all of these ills and things that happens to women. And then lastly, we have to ensure that we have, which has already happened, we now have a clause in the Sexual Offences Amendment Act that specifically looks at electronic reporting, but also incidents that happens in an electronic environment. It's no longer just about when it is offline. Next slide, Zakele. Zakele, can you still hear me? Oh, thank you. Yes, I did not see. Thank you. So in terms of my concluding remarks, what I want to say is that the President, as we all may be aware, launched the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence in 2020. And in that plan, he obligated every institution in South Africa, not just government, to have a plan of action towards combating gender-based violence, because he indicated that this is not a government issue. It is a South African societal issue, and everybody has to play a role. So as the department, we then therefore have our action plan, which focuses on the areas of prevention, reporting, and economic power as the three pillars in the NSP. The next one is where there is now the existing amendments to the acts. So we have a whole array of legislation now that supports combating gender-based violence, and DCDT has a specific role to play in implementing those amendments with the support from stakeholders like yourselves and also other entities. Lastly, we also have direct obligations in relation to the NSP on GBV. And one of those direct obligations is to ensure that we look at cybersecurity awareness and that we ensure online protection of women and girls. Those are the two direct obligations that we have that is also part of what is included in the action plan. And with this, I would like to indicate that we cannot do this on our own. We have to work with relevant stakeholders and you as the affected parties, because the participation in this program is specifically for women and girls and men and boys that has been abused or that is currently still in a place of safety. We need your input, we need your participation, and we need you to indicate to us, are there other areas that we may not have thought about that needs to be included in terms of us combating GBV? So, in conclusion, I would like to say that as DCDT, we are really committed to using technology effectively and robustly to enable us to overcome this pandemic, because each and every one of you, as you are sitting there right now, has either been affected or impacted on by GBV. You may have even still be in a situation where you are being abused, either physically or emotionally or online. And hence, we need to work together to ensure that we overcome this pandemic that is GBV. But in the case of DCDT, we have this action plan, and we would like to indicate that this is the first of a series of interactions like this that we are planning for the year. But secondly, we also will have a number of other programs where we will be engaging our state-owned companies, industry, and as well as shelters, formerly safe places of safety, formerly known as shelters, to work with us in implementing this. And we will also have a monitoring and evaluation framework that we need to report to the Ministry of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities to monitor how are we doing in terms of achieving the targets that we have set for ourselves. With these words, I would like to say thank you very much, and I hope that the presentation was clear, and I also hope that you can give us your inputs so that we are able to strengthen the work that we are doing to combat GBV in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Linda. Izandla zikhala zishaya kancane kanje. Nizwe kahle na-presentation. Yeah, it sounds better. It sounds like we are live. Thank you very much, Ms. Linders, with the presentation. I hope everyone that has been listening has questions. With your presentation, Ms. Linders, I've seen just one person that was touched by your presentation. I saw tears in her eyes, and that is really heartbreaking to see that, because it really tells that the GBV, it is a big challenge in our country. So I will allow hands, but I will also want to see if the person can talk to us about her challenges, because the next one of a discussion is the interaction. So we'll be interacting about everything. I would like to include your presentation and all other interactions that we're going to talk about. I saw her going outside. I will be going to talk to her and just hear what the challenges, but she has informed me that most of her challenges have been the abuse online, which is this platform is more relevant to the issues that she might want to share. But if she doesn't want to share, it's also fine. But it does actually tell us that the country is really faced with a bigger pandemic, as you have said, that we were faced with the pandemic of COVID, and we felt that that was the only one, but now really we are in trouble with this GBV. I will note hands online. I will also note hands that are here with us. I will also request those that are still busy with the practicals now to give us an ear, because even if you want to ask about the question on NEMISA, it is time for interaction, so we can include that all. Ms. Linda's looking at the time. We felt that the lunch should be at 1 o'clock. We have communicated that the lunch will be at 1 o'clock because it looks like we will be finished with everything. And majority of people here, they will really want to leave early. I got the message from other provinces. They really want to leave early. So once we are done with the interactions that we're going to have now, we are then going to have Ms. Dorcas Makhatlela, who is going to do the closing. But I'm just giving you the information. What we do now is interacting with the presentations. There is one hand in Evan. Zakhele, please assist me with the other hands in other provinces.
Okay.
Please introduce yourself by telling us your name, then you can start the discussion.
My name is Kayisile Mthetho. What I would like to know from Ms. Petronella, I want to know how can you report abuse via online that comes from the family members. When you find out that family members is the one who's abusing you online, but they still, people on the family, they're protecting him.
Thank you. Any other question? The second question is also in Durban. If there is any hands, Zakhele, you will note after this question, your name and...
My name is Senatemba Macaulay. I just wanted to find out if there are any, or is there any platform online as well to report any abuse that you receive from public service people. Where I come from, there have been, for instance, there was an incident where a lady had to go to court to report a gender-based case, gender-based violence, and she needed a protection order. And the magistrate was very condescending towards her. So that on its own, for somebody who's abused, they feel that the people that should be listening to them are not helping. As well as with police themselves, the constables that are helping us at police stations, some of them actually abuse the women, some of them rape the women when they're going to tell their cases. They don't take it seriously. Most of the time, you hear the policeman saying, oh no, it's just a relationship matter. You guys should just fix things and, you know, go back to this abusive person. So what platforms can we use? A higher platform, because when we go to court and we are treated in a condescending way, and we go to police stations and we are treated in a condescending way, then we end up feeling that we can't go anywhere for safety. And the shelters can only do so much because they don't have the resources to help us legally. They're just there to give us safety.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lindas, let me take other provinces. I have taken two hands in Devon. So now I see that Eastern Cape, PE, their hands is up.
Potchefstroom.
Yes, you are noted. I saw that your mic is off. Do you want to come first?
Okay, Potchefstroom, here I am.
Yes, please come in.
Here in Posh, I would say Northwest as a whole, I believe we have a challenge when it comes to gender-based because the main focus is only on women and children. I believe gender-based is broad, but men are left out. Hence, this epidemic is so high because of the focus is on women. Men are, because they are not noticed. Since I've been working with gender-based for 8 years, I believe government should also include men on the programs. For example, they say take a girl child to work. What about a boy child? Because the neglect that's there. The boy child will also say, what about me? Because the girl child is the only one who's being empowered and getting everything. What about men and boys? Government also should initiate this thing of take a boy child to work, because I believe we should start with them young so that when they grow up, they become respectful men. So we should fix on that. And also, the president is always saying or talking about gender-based, but they are not putting, I believe, enough money for volunteers or counselors or anybody who's working with gender-based. I don't know what to say, but the government should focus on that. They're not funding us, hence they're victims of gender-based. They have this thing of secondary victimization. For instance, when they go to police station, they would say, I was not treated fairly. If they could just pay policemen enough money so that they can, at least one policeman is being stationed at the Tutuzelas, the centers that are working with gender-based, so that when you go and open a case of gender-based, it's in a safe and welcoming space. At the police stations, that's why people are not reporting, they are not treated fairly. It's because police are not also trained on dealing with the psychosocial things. They can't cancel. So if also them can get training, I believe they wouldn't be having problems of police harassing people. They're also humans, but the president, like, he's always focusing on GBV. Let them put money there so that this epidemic can at least effort goes where effort is needed. So they must just put more money. They should notice that the centers are working, also the counselors that are working with GBV, trained and whatsoever.
Thank you very much.
Any other question in Posh? We have noted few hands in Devon again. Any other question before I go to PE? Mpumalanga, please prepare for your question. Lizzie, do you have any question again in Potchefstroom?
It seems like there is no other question, Ms. Mudlalosi. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let me take PE. Their hands were up. Then I will come back to Durban and take those few hands. But the last speaker spoke very well. I really agree with her, especially on the issue of raising boys and how are we raising boys. Let me take PE. I'm not sure if Miss Lindas have heard you. I struggled to hear you. Miss Lindas, did you capture the question? Petronella?
Ms. Mdlalosi, I heard her just saying something about children being trained or something to not become victims, but I could not hear the rest. And if she could maybe repeat, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, was that Eastern Cape? I also didn't hear the full question. If maybe they can write on the chat or they can repeat a question. Was the person from United Devon? Was the question coming from PE hobby? Okay, may she repeat, please? I didn't hear. If she can be closer to the mic so that we can hear. Then I'll... Okay. Well and clear. You are asking if there is any strategy. Let me come to any other question in other provinces before I take the Devon. I see that there is someone having a mic. Come in. How can we stop GPV that is happening at home? Okay. Anyone else? Thank you. The question is well received. Any other province? Mpumalanga. We have received questions in PE and POSH. We're waiting for Mpumalanga. Remember, we are on the interactions. So you can ask question of any. Yes?
Mpumalanga doesn't have any questions.
Remember, we are still also continuing with the presentation or the class that Zama is dealing with. So if there is any clarity, write it on the chat or ask the question. We are in the interaction of all issues, discussions. Anything else in that province? None. Mpumalanga?
They said they have no question.
Oh, it's Mpumalanga. Okay. PE, you done?
Mpumalanga, hello.
Yes.
No questions in Mpumalanga, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm now coming back to Devon. We have a question again. You'll introduce yourself.
It's Netemba Macaulay again. I also wanted to find out, Ms. Petronella, what challenges do you guys have as the departments? As much as you having these seminars and the workshops that you're trying to help us with, I think because we don't know what happens within the departments and what it takes for you guys to be given opportunity to run these seminars, it's almost as if maybe not enough is being done by the government or by the department. So I wanted to find out, what challenges do you guys have and what challenges do you guys face as the department? And how do you feel we as the people who need the help that you guys are giving, what can we do to try and also meet you halfway when it comes to things like gender-based violence? Because we can't just be expecting for you to be doing certain things for us as the community, but we are not as interactive enough to also make your guys' job easier.
That's a good one. We also have other questions and comments in Devon.
Hi everyone. Hi Ms. Petronella. My name is Upinki Biela. Ma'am, I want to ask and then comment as well. I have a few, it's more like testimonies. And yeah, I'll just cut it short. What I first want to know is that how can you guys help that experience the domestic violence because they go through anxiety, insomnia, depression, and a whole lot more. And then after that, they don't feel as if they belong in the world. Okay, I'm actually speaking from experience. Like you start locking yourself inside and don't want to face the world because now you're afraid if you speak out. Especially if you've got financial problems and then still experiencing the GBV, or if you don't have parents and the only way you think you will survive in the world is by this man who's busy abusing you and abusing your child at the same time, but you can't go out and speak about it because you don't know where to go. And then when you go to shelters or the safe house, when you've had enough, because eventually you get tired of everything happening. You really get tired. And then there would be people, I mean, like for an example, there was this other lady who ended up being in hospital, and then at the hospital, they did see that she needs to go to a safe house because she wasn't reporting the guy, but she came with bruises and she had so much of signs of depression, anxiety. She wanted to kill herself. She wanted to throw herself in a bridge. It was a whole lot more. So she ended up being placed in a safe house. Mind you, this young lady had a son as well. And as she had a son, the son got beaten mistakenly. I wouldn't say, I don't know, but the child also got beaten. So imagine a 2-year-old going to a safe house with other kids, getting to stay with other kids, but now it's more like he remembers everything that has happened. So now he's being aggressive to other kids as well. Like he hits. When he plays with the toys, he throws the toys and do a lot more that shows that this child did see everything that happened. And then after that, in the safe house as well, like we safe, everything is okay. You're getting counseling now and again, but sometimes even the care workers would also give you that oppression, like and then you start again and feel as if you're being abused again. Like I feel as if people are not too trained about a person who's been in the domestic violence. Like they tend to think that now we at the safe house, we're supposed to heal in 2 weeks. Everything is okay. So is there any help that you could just or maybe advise that, or anything that you can tell us if you're a person who's been through GBV and you're going through anxiety, depression, anything, because you really feel like killing yourself. Imagine if someone kills themselves in the safe house. Like they won't know, like you're sleeping at night and then you wake up, they all sleeping, and then you decide, no, let me just take these medications and kill myself, because you feel as if the whole world is against you. I feel as if even when we get in the safe house, there are people who are not trained to understand what you've gone through. Like they oppress you, and then feel as if it's a whole lot more. I may not be able to explain it properly, but I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to say. Is that people are ignoring this whole anxiety thing and depression thing. Depression tells you things that are not even there sometimes. Like you think that when two people are talking aside, you just think they were gossiping about you, and maybe they were not gossiping about you, but you feel like that because you've lost yourself, you've lost the trust, and then at the same time, me with my experience, like I reported the father of my kids to the police, and then they came, and as they came, I was brutally hurt with a baby on my back, and the police just said that I must come report the case tomorrow, and I didn't have nowhere to go. How can they say that when you have like a 9-month-old on your back, and then they say, no, we can't take him today, you need to go open a case, and then tomorrow. I have nowhere to go. It's at night, 12 o'clock. I am brutally hurted, but still they did not take my case seriously. They just said, we need to fix things, and we're going to be okay. These things happen, and a whole lot more. So yeah, I don't know if I'm making sense. I've said a lot, but I feel as if women are not getting help enough. Some of them end up killing themselves. So one woman wanted to even jump off the bridge. So I don't know.
Thank you, sister. Yeah, you have said it enough. We are hearing you. Miss Lindas, there are quite a few hands in Devon. Can I allow you to come in now, or you want me to continue to take the hands?
I would suggest that we do a response to the first round, and then we can perhaps take the body break, and then the second round can be taken after the body break, if that would be acceptable to the audience, because we would need to respond in some way. And I also just wanted to indicate that this is not a question answer session to me. I do not have all the answers. I think we can interact and discuss.
Ms. Lindas?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mdlalosi. I just want to switch on my video for a second again, because I want to address the ladies directly in terms of speaking to them and not them seeing a screen when I'm responding. I think that I would like to firstly commend the two ladies that shared their stories, because I think it takes a lot to stand up and to voice your own story. It's easy when you are speaking on behalf of someone, when you are responding to something, but when you have to relate your own personal experience, it takes a lot of courage. That, as I said in my presentation, this is a collective response from government. I was merely focusing on DCDT because we are in the DCDT environment. But there are the departments of health, social development, and also the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities that focuses on programs that deals with the broader society, not technology, as in the case of DCDT. But what we can do as DCDT again is when we look at our action plan, we can look at what is it that we can do in supporting that maybe through online platforms or through providing technology support, but also through looking at the online abuse issues and giving input on that in terms of capacitating those services. Then the third area that was raised was with regards to how do we support the victims or the survivors of GBV, especially in the areas of depression, anxiety, and so on. I think again here, the Department of Health is doing a lot of work in this area, but there is a lot that needs to be done because mental health in South Africa on its own is a huge area. But mental health in the context of GBV is something that we definitely need to take seriously and that we need to address. But I would like to specifically speak to the young lady. She asked and said, what advice do we have or can we give? I would like to just say that this is my personal advice, that if you are a survivor of GBV, if you are able to still speak and tell your story, it means that you still have a role to play. It means that there is still something that you need to do in your own life and in the lives of others. And I would like to just, a thing that I would say is to start journaling your experiences, and you can use your mobile technology to do that. Instead of having to write it out in hand, you can journal every third or second day. You just write what you are feeling, you journal it, and you ask yourself, you interact and you meditate with yourself, and you ask yourself, what do I do? Why am I feeling like this? What can I do? And that's just one very simple, practical thing that I would advise. Then the issues that was raised around online reporting and how do we report online abuse. There are a number of hotlines in terms of the GBV hotline is in existence. There is also the hotline that DSD is managing. There is the cybersecurity hub, as I indicated. There is also specific hotlines for children, such as the 116 number that Childline SA is coordinating. So there are a number of hotlines where you are able to report. That's maybe the first challenge. And then the second challenge, I think it will always be resources, because government is dependent on revenue via SARS in terms of tax, and our country is in an economic situation. So we are not receiving the revenue that we should. Thank God that we had a great response in terms of tax paying, and SARS has collected a much higher number of resources than ever before in the history of our country. But resources will remain one of our biggest challenges. And then lastly, I think this is a challenge for DCDT in particular, is when you are a national department that is a policy making department and you do not have concurrency in provinces, where you don't have provincial DCDT offices, and you are not a line function department, you are sometimes seen as just talking, and nothing is happening, because our role is policy. It is not necessarily to implement. So that then sometimes creates a challenge for us in terms of the community. But what you can do is to continue to promote government's work. You have now been in this seminar to now go out and share with your communities what DCDT is doing, but also to hold government accountable, to come back to us and to ask, where are we? What is it that we can do in our little corner to assist you to then take this program forward? So I'm going to leave it at that and then go back to you, Ms. Mlalosi. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Linders. There are people in PE that requested to leave. So our colleagues, Hobby said she will release them because it's their rules of the shelter, they had to leave. I was requesting that we finish taking questions now after Raymond says something, so that when we release, we don't have few of them here. So instead of taking a break, can we then take the few hands that are here. After that, then you respond, and then we go on lunch, and Dorcas finish.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mdlalusi. I just want to quickly mention something in addition on what Ms. Linda has responded about. I was very fortunate in the past to be in the structures of the police as a member of the community policing, a member in the forum of the province of Gauteng, and I managed to be part of making sure that the police within their structures, they don't laugh or ignore or do whatever these funny things that are happening within their stations. They are there to be able to assist the people who are coming to complain so that they can follow up on the perpetrators. So what I want to add and advise is that it is in our hands as individuals to understand and to know the structures that are within the police station, the country, the province, and everywhere, so that when you get to a police station and you're not getting assisted, you must understand the structure of the same police station, that within the service point of customer service, where on the desk in the police, where they are unable to help you, you can request for the station commander or the commander in charge of the desk. And if they don't want to give you that commander, you can request the station commander. And in any police station, when you get to it, there should be names of people that are commanding in that particular police station. So it will be important that you also look around where they will tell you the station commander is so and so, and the contact details are there. That's the first level of the complaint if you are not satisfied within the police station. And the next one will be, they call them the cluster commanders. So every police station will fall within a particular cluster, and they will be reporting to the cluster commander. In most cases, the cluster commander will be a person with a high rank. It will depend how big the cluster is, when and where is the cluster. It might be a person that has got a higher ranking powers or command powers than anybody within the cluster. For an example, in some cases, you'll find out that the cluster commander is a general, or is an adjutant, or is a lieutenant general, depending on how big and how is the cluster set up. You can report your case there and say, I went to so-and-so police station, I couldn't get assisted. And then once you take it to the cluster should be able to assist you. If they don't, you also have another leg that you can complain to, which is called IPIT, which is looking after the behavior and the way the police are handling cases of individuals within the country. You can look or ask, where are IPIT offices? And then you report all the police officers that did not handle you correctly or that mishandled you. That is very, very important. Do not be afraid. That's one thing I want to tell you. Do not be afraid. Do not be scared. Do not be intimidated. If ever you get to a police station, I will tell you a story, a short story quickly. I was once beaten by a girlfriend. Then I went to a police station. And when I report, they laughed at me. And then after laughing at me, then I asked for the station commander. And then I said, so and so, because it is important to note the names of the people that you are dealing with in any police station, even on the road. Every police officer must always, at any given time when he's on duty, he must have a name tag. So you should be able to say, so and so did 1, 2, 3. And then what happened was, those police officers were immediately suspended. And I followed up until I included IPIT, and then they were dismissed within the police industry because they don't qualify to work. Because as an individual, you can't say to me as a man who's reporting a complaint that I was beaten, and then you laugh at me. You say to me, why don't you beat her so that we arrest you? So you can imagine. And in this case, if you are a woman, you are reporting, police like to take advantage of you, trying to help you, and then they mislead you, and then ultimately they will be requesting certain things which I can't say now. So do not be intimidated. Do not be afraid. If there's a challenge, please follow it up and take it to the highest level where possible. Mrs. Mutlalusi, thank you very much for the comment. And then I think you said we need to continue in taking questions. Or is there any other comment or question? Okay, whose hand was up? Oh, okay, it's here, and then we still have two last hands, and then four last hands. Quickly, let's continue.
My name is Kanyisila. My question is, I wanted to know if you are in the shelter and there is no follow-up in the case that you have been opening the police station, and the suspect has been arrested maybe for 3 months. He's been going to court without you. How do you get the follow-up on that, if you have any idea?
Should we take all questions, or should we allow Ms. Linda to respond and so on? Or it's only 3. Hopefully, Ms. Linda, through you, take notes so that when you respond, you cover all of them. Oh, this one. Okay, thank you. Hold on.
Excuse me, Raymond.
Yes, ma'am.
I did not hear the question that was just asked now. I could not hear, I'm sorry.
Okay, let me repeat it for you. A person says she has a question of a person that is being arrested for whatever the case may be of abuse, and then she's at the shelter, and this person has been arrested for more than 3 months, and no feedback to her what's happening, what's going on with the case. So she needed to find out what must she do. Am I correct? Yes. Did you get that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one.
Hi, my name is Tanda Zangobese. I just want to ask, because I've been into a shelter for a period of 5 months. I was unemployed and I had nowhere else to go when I left the shelter, because I ran away from someone who was being abusive from where I was staying, so I couldn't go back home. So are there any places from a shelter, when your time is come for you to go, are there any places where you could go to for help or anything like that? Because this what happens, when my time for me to go home, I had to go back there. So I think this is the reason why violence is escalating like this, because we do get help, but then afterwards we had to go back to where we're coming from. Are there any doors or any places where we could go to? Because I had to go back to the abusive relationship again to get the safety and the shelter.
Did you get that, Ms. Linda?
Loud and clear, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one. Am I right, this side? Oh, okay.
Hi, my name is Lebhang. I just want to know, and I'm talking from experience, I'm a victim of human trafficking, so which is I had to leave my family, to leave everyone that's around me, because I didn't want them to be in any kind of danger. But one thing that I don't understand, police or everywhere that you go and then you just tell them what you have been through, nobody takes it seriously, because I believe being there, it's between death and life. It's hell. You don't even know, are you ever going to see your family and your friends? And when you're a mom like me, and then you just spoke the whole truth, but just because that you are trafficked, and most of us, we know that when you are trafficked, they would use drugs on you so that you can precipitate and do whatever that they want. But I feel like the government or the system is failing us, because what happened to me, they had to take my kids and say that I wasn't I wasn't a fed mother. I never chose to be trafficked. I never chose to leave my family and to be where I am. Till today, each and every time I would try to report my case, somebody or some way, I would always spot a black car following me, to a point that I don't even know whether I'm safe when I'm at KZN. But all they're interested on, they send out hawks to speak to you, and you don't even know what's happening. And the other thing, still you give them information, but you still get threats and things like that. And so, meaning even the police are obviously working with those people, because when I left there was 260 girls around me. I was the only survivor till today, but still nothing has been done. I tried to give out information as much as I can, but nothing has been done.
Thank you. I hope you got that, Ms. Lindas, all about trafficking, human trafficking. Let's take the last one.
Thank you.
Hi, it's May. My question is based off the previous lady's question. So now that we are living in the shelter, she mentioned what happens to us after our time is done. So my question is, what happens, what type of assistance do we get in terms of jobs or support while we're living at the shelter? Because we're only given a certain amount of time to be there. And after that, if you are still unemployed or have nowhere to go, obviously, like she said, you would have to go back to the abuser. And that happened to me as well before. And I had to go back to the person who was abusing me, and it only got more worse. And now I'm ended up in a shelter, and I'm still unemployed, and I don't have cash or anything after I'm done there. So what type of assistance do we get while we are at the shelter, as well as counseling? Because obviously right now our minds mentally is not stable, and for us to run and jump back into a job, I think that it's going to be very hard for us. I also have a daughter, she's 6 and she has autism, so I have to deal with the pressure of growing her up, my own mental instabilities, as well as knowing I don't have a job and we might be out of here in 6 months. So that's my question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now, maybe let me thank all the people who had an opportunity to tell us their stories. So before we give to Ms. Lindas to respond. So we will hand over to Ms. Lindas to comment and respond to all the 4, so that we know where we go. And then in the meantime, while she's responding, I will request Sis D to prepare from Emalahleni for the closure in the meantime. Ms. Lindas, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions and responses. I think this group of questions was more related to support for women, either whilst in the shelter or post the shelter experience. I think that I would like to indicate that this is obviously not necessarily something that DCDT can respond to single-handedly, and hence our contribution has been to say we will do this program with places of safety where we provide you with digital skills training, and we also give you information on what is available in the sector as far as the ICT sector is concerned, or the digital technology sector is concerned. We will also give you a tangible skill in terms of training. And we would like to say that this is just the beginning in terms of saying, so after you have now completed this process, you have information, you are made aware of some of the services that's available, and you also were able to participate in an actual skills training exercise through the training with NAMISA. So now you have that information and you now need to decide, how do I use this now? What can I do that can enable me to move a little bit forward from where I'm at now? So that's just a broad response in terms of the questions that was asked about what support do we get. But then as a department as a whole, communications and digital technologies, we have a number of other programs and processes that are implemented. For example, we have the digital skills and future strategy that looks at providing digital skills to South Africa in its entirety. And obviously, as part of the database and people that are now have been communicated or consulted in the department, when those kind of programs or opportunities are available, we will also inform the participants, and they will then be able to take up that opportunity if they are able to do so or not. We have, for example, a specific dedicated program that deals with broadcasting and moving from analog to digital, where there are opportunities to get digital set-top boxes. I'm making examples of where, in terms of infrastructure, then you would be given information to say, okay, if you want to get involved there, this is how you can get involved if that is something that you are interested in. So this was a awareness platform, and it is now essentially to put it this way, it's up to you now. How do I use the information that I've received, and how do I take it forward? And we're working with the shelter that you come from, but we are also working with you individually. That's why we overemphasize the registration so that we can, but please do note that it does not mean that DCDT is going to be able to resolve all your problems or all your situations. We are a government department that specifically focuses on digital technology and communications, but we are also looking at the issues of gender-based violence, and how can we then, as this department, what can we do to overcome it? And in this instance, the target audience is specifically places of safety for women, and those women that are either in the place of safety or that has just been released. So this is the program where we are gonna be working with you to look at how do we support you, but not necessarily the DCDT is going to come and give you a job, we're going to give you a house. That is not the aim. The aim is to empower you with information, and for you then to take that information and say, how do I run with this? What is it that I can do? How do I take what I've learned, and then where else do I need support? And then we would be able to direct you and say, okay, that is more Department of Social Development, and here are the contact details of those people, and so on and so on. Then secondly, with regards to the issues that was raised about economic empowerment, if you recall, when I did the presentation, I said we are looking at 3 areas. We are looking at prevention, we are looking at reporting, and we are looking at economic power in terms of the GBV plan. That's where the 3 areas that DCDT will be focusing on. So we will also be having programs where it's now looking at economic empowerment, participation in terms of either our SMME strategy, where it looks at assisting people to have digital businesses. So we will then invite you if there is an opportunity, or we will inform you if it's another directorate or branch or institution that is linked to the department. So that is the role that we will be playing and helping you in that regard. And then lastly, in terms of the issues that was raised here, that is not necessarily aligned directly to the work of DCDT. I have also indicated that the department participates in the steering committee, the national steering committee that is implementing GBV, the NSP on GBV. So we will then share our report with that steering committee, and we will indicate to them that these are some of the things that came out of the sessions that we've been having, and this is some of the areas that SAPS or health needs to look at. And that's how some of the challenges will be overcome. But it might not be directly, individually to you, but on a broader scale, there will be training for policemen, which then automatically resolves some of the challenges that was raised around how policemen treats women, just as an example again. So those are the three broad areas in terms of how we will take things forward out of these sessions. But just to note that I again want to commend the ladies that raised their issues. Now I want to deal with the lady that spoke about her experience with human trafficking. I think this is really a critical one in the context that human trafficking is one of the things that is included in the social offences, the Sexual Offences Act, as well as the Cybersecurity Crimes Bill. So there is definitely an alignment in terms of the work that we need to do in overcoming that. But the department that primarily works in that area would be the Department of Social Development again, and the Department of International Relations if the human trafficking is outside of South Africa's borders, for example. So that is on a policy national level. But then on a grassroots level, in terms of her personal experience, I think what is important, and this is what I want to say to also the other ladies that share their stories. What's in the one that spoke about she has not gotten any feedback. I think it's important that we do not sit and wait, as Raymond has also indicated when he gave some experiences in his responses. But we do not wait for a platform like this one, because you have recourse. And if you do not succeed, you go to the next level, But I do understand, and I completely acknowledge the fact that you have been psychologically and physically and emotionally drained by the abuse, and you might not have the energy or the ability. My advice would then be that you find a trusted person that you can work with, that can look at something like the buddy system, and find someone that you can work with, that supports you, that goes with you, that even speaks on your behalf if you do not have the physical strength, if I can put it that way. But do not do anything in terms of a situation. So that's just from a personal or rather an individual response to the situations that was raised about cases that there was no follow-up, nothing has happened, and so on. So that's what I wanted to say there. And then lastly, I wanted to just indicate that in terms of DCDT now, we would be going forward to each of the provinces, because the program will be implemented at provincial level going forward. So therefore, we will work with other government departments and do as much as we can from a technological perspective to overcome some of the challenges that has been raised in this meeting. So I hope that assists in terms of the responses. And then just to close my input, to say that I think that I would like to say that we are really thankful for the inputs that has been made as part of this question session, because it really reaffirms the fact that we do need to work in this area, and that we do need to take it very seriously, because there are a number of people that still need support and assistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lindas. And I think that we have all gathered the summary and the response that Ms. Lindas has given to us. And it's very important, like she's saying, you need to get to support each other and make sure that you do the right things. Without any waste of time, I will move now to Mpumalanga Emalahleni for Sis Dorcas to officially close for us. Sis Dorcas in Mpumalanga, please take over.
Hello, this is Malahleni. Our sister Dorcas was approving that she had something to quickly attend to. She'll be back in a moment.
Miss, okay. Oh, okay. I'll hand over to Zix to close for us.
Okay, before I wanted to close, I wanted to check where Zama is.
She's just outside.
Can we please have Zama so she may conclude to tell them the next process after they receive these certificates? Then we done. Then Ms. Makhatlela will come back and close for us. Meanwhile, I have a video that I've downloaded that it's about technology. Oh, they also can't find Zama. Okay. I have a video that I've downloaded that it's about technology, which I would like to share with everyone. Sorry. So this video gives you a glimpse or whatever that where we're going or where we think we're going, or how interesting technology will be in the near future. As remember nowadays, especially in South Africa, we're also going, everything we're putting into one place. Your RICA, your ID number, and like everything that belongs to you, it becoming to be centralized. So it's going to be very interesting. Just watch the video, no comments, just look through the video and see. I will also include people from the other provinces to watch this video. Where is it? Just hold.
Can we give Zama a chance? She's here while you're still looking for the video quickly. 2 minutes, Zama, please. Thank you.
Hi guys, I just want to find out first how is the progress with the learning platform. So I believe here in Durban we are all done with our course, right? So is anyone left here in KZN? Okay, so KZN, everybody is okay. Everybody has done the courses, they finished. Others, they started the second course. So I just want to find out to other provinces, what is the progress? Is everybody okay?
Through. We are all done with the test and all received their certificate. Thank you.
Thank you, Potchefstroom. How many people have received their certificate so far?
Let me count. It's 17.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's a very great progress. Other provinces, can you please update us? Because we need to make sure we all started with LD, Microsoft Digital Literacy. Then the Start Your Business is the second course. So everybody should make sure the first course is finished then you can do the second one. I'm waiting for the other provinces to respond so that we can see how far we are.
Hello. Can you hear me, PE?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I think almost everyone is done, but in PE we have 18 certificates already.
Okay, which province is that?
PE.
PE. Eastern Cape. 18 certificates.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, Devin, how many again?
Can you please repeat the number for PE?
It's 18.
PE is 18.
Thank you.
And Devon, I think it's plus or minus 20 people. 22. So 22 here in KZN are done with their certificates.
Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga, can you please update us?
Malanga, we've got 4 certificates and we're working, it's work in progress. We had glitches with the Wi-Fi, but yeah, we're on course. Thank you.
With the Wi-Fi, the network. Okay, thank you, Mpumalanga.
Limpuisa Magan.
So Mpumalanga is 4.
Yes, Mpumalanga is 4 so far. So I think they're having network issues in the connection.
Okay, thank you.
He needs to tell us the correct one because
Okay, also PE.
Northwest. How much is
Northwest? Northwest, can you please update us on the numbers?
We have 16 at the moment. 17.
Is this Northwest?
Yeah.
We just accumulated the 18th one.
Okay, thank you.
Zama?
Yes, hi.
It's Miss Linda speaking. Is it
Yes,
possible
Miss
for you?
Linda.
Is it possible for you to just please explain to the participants what happens next or what they can do after this, and or how it will work post the seminar? Thank you.
What was I said? 18.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lenders. So with the participants, for those who have finished their courses with Microsoft Digital Literacy, the second course will be Build Your Business, which others have done already. So I think they should be able to go through that also, that course. And then anyone else who is interested, I think everybody is interested to do other more courses because there are more courses on the platform that I will add for you, we will add for you, which is Microsoft Office 101, which specializes with Excel. There's PowerPoint, there's Outlook there. So you can go through those courses at your own time, at your own pace. So I think that's the way forward for now. So the learning platform is open for you guys. Anytime you want to log in, so now you are in the platform. So anytime you want to log in, just go log in, do the courses and receive your certificate. So the good thing is you can also apply with this certificate. with your skills, because now these courses are the skills. These are the skills, development skills in digital literacy and everything. So for some clarity also, just please do go through the courses with videos so that you can actually get some clarity on what is going on there. So if you have more questions, please ask. But I will add more courses on the learning platform for you guys. Thank you.
Sorry, Zama. Zakele here, ne?
Yes.
In the process of everyone and for us as a department to be able to be kept updated on how many people has done what and how many people has done what. I think we need to give them some time frames so it doesn't get to be open indefinitely. So we'll know that within this term we did so much, within this term we did so much. So you can advise to say, okay, you'll be closing everything, maybe end of July or August, so that when we come back to you to say, Zaman, can we have progress of the number of people that have finished everything that were registered within this group? How many are they?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. For now, I think we need to give an update from NEMISA and the managers also on what will be going on going forward with the courses and everything. So I think we will give updates also too, because I think we will have a meeting also, and Mam Tandi will also be updated going forward with this program.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Zama.
Thank you.
Yes, hello.
Zama?
Okay.
Yes.
Can I put?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I have a question here. So we're done with the first module, then we went on, because nobody told us, or maybe it's our mistake for not asking. We continued to do Microsoft Digital instead of doing the Build Your Business. And I'm already 80% through the Microsoft Digital. So what should I do? Continue, then do the Build Your Business after that one, or what should I do?
Yes, please do complete the digital literacy first and get your certificates, and then you can do the Build Your Business course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's compulsory for you to finish the digital literacy.
Okay.
Yes.
Zama, it's Miss Linders.
Yes, Miss Linders.
Okay, so I just wanted for us to conclude this process so that we are all clear. I think in terms of what we have requested NAMISA to do is to specifically look at the digital literacy, and then you added the Build Your Business course. So I think for all of the participants that is at this activity, our request would be that they all need to complete the digital literacy and the Build Your Business course. That would be the first priority, and we would like that to be done before, or at least by the end of May. We should have an update on if they are not able to finish it, obviously within the period that they are still in the program here today, that we then get an update in terms of how far they are. And then with regards to adding other programs, I think you indicated you will add Microsoft Office, which is fine, and we agree with that. So for that, I think we might have to give them probably a time frame until the end of June, so that we work within this quarter, because we work within quarters in terms of the reporting processes, and then we can take it from the for this group in particular. I hope that will be I hope that you could hear me firstly, and I hope that will be acceptable in terms of the NAMISA processes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Leader. That is acceptable. Everything else will be communicated with you. What is the way forward from this program, and actually check the progress of the participants on how far are they with their causes. Thank you.
Thank you, Zama. Zakele, can you indicate if you are still going to play the video? And then Zama, from your side, I want to check, are you done? Is there anything else that you would need to share with the participants in regards to the course? And then I also just wanted to ask you, the participants would need to retain their phone numbers, I would assume, because the cell phone number that they gave is the number that gives them access. So I think if you can maybe just clarify that and also confirm that with the participants. And then if there is anything else that you would need from the participants in terms of today, so that we can conclude this part in terms of the NAMISA learning platform. And then Zakele, if you can indicate if you are still having the video, then we can do the video. And then thereafter, if Ms. Magaglela is available to do the closing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for those who haven't finished their, because I have more people on the learning platform that I've added so far, so I can see the progress. People are busy with the learning platform, but what is important is for them to be able to finish the courses, maybe for like next week, because I wish I was able to communicate with them and actually check, and actually after this program, check their progress and also help them wherever I can for them to finish their courses and also add more courses for them. So I would have loved to just communicate with them after this program. But for the numbers, for the cell phone numbers, so from now on, as you've been added on the learning platform, now you can log in whenever you want to log in. You can log out and then you can finish whenever you want to, but you use the same number that you used whenever you want to log in. So now you have a profile with NAMISA. So you can do all the courses on the platform with the number that you registered with. Thank you. I think Zakele can take over from now.
Thank you, Zama. No, that video was just for buying time. Ms. Magaglela can close for us. Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga, Ms. Magaglela.
Colleagues, before I can say a word or two, I would like to inform the other provinces that the number has increased in Mpumalanga. So we are hard at work. Thank you, Mpumalanga. Okay. Okay. I think everybody knows me by now. I'm Dorcas Magaglela. To those who don't know me. Firstly, I would like to thank all our participants, because without you participants, you know what? NAMISA would be talking to the walls and the chairs. Communications would be talking to the walls and the chairs. So you took your time off, you know, put it aside and came here and got, you know what you were supposed, you got. Okay, now my concentration will be on the NAMISA's training. I know that those who have the flow. I don't like using this term of BBT. I couldn't born before technology. Yeah, we'll all get there. Just that, with this, invite, there was no age restriction because normally we would say we need youth. But thanks to the mamas that came, we are not locked out. And to those who have finished this, those who got certificates, the sky is the limit. Nenisa have spoken, you heard what they said. But to those who are still coming slowly, I've got a quote from Theodore Roosevelt. It opens like that: believe you can, you are halfway there, close quote. It's a short quote, but it's very loaded. If we believe you can, you are halfway there. You have been given a time frame, so let's try to work. And another disadvantage is that we saw that nice, I call them strawberries. Yeah, those phones, technology for IR, this smartphone. So let's try and get, the right gadget so that we move with the flow. We get into this 4IR. With those remarks, I would say, thank you guys, thank you. And those who are traveling, travel safely. Even, the venues, thanks for everything. And our technicians, they've been with us right through. This is not the last time for IR Pambili. Thank you, Bonmele Bontat. Thank you.
Pambili.
Zakele.
Pambili.
Zakele.
Yes, Ms. Lindes.
I think I just want to say something, please,
Ms. Lindes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Zakele?
Cutting.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
I would like us to please not forget to thank Siafunda. I think Dorcas omitted to thank Siafunda. I would like to thank them on behalf of the department, not only for presenting on the first day, but also for providing the platform in terms of the discussions and also for presenting today. And then secondly, I would also like to thank Faith in her absence for assisting with interpreting on the first day for the participant that is hard of hearing. And then lastly, I would like to thank each of the coordinators from the department in the various provinces. That is yourself in KZN, Dorcas in Mpumalanga, Lizzie in Northwest, and Hobie in Eastern Cape for ensuring that those provinces were able to participate effectively in the program. And then also to the technicians, as she indicated, because without them, we would not have been able to have a hybrid program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lindes. We've got a lot of stakeholders. We also forgot post office, post bank. They will kill you. Post bank, especially us here in Devon, because they also gave us goodies. Meeting, all over. Yeah, thank you, post office. Post bank, we appreciate you. Meeting agenda.
Enjoy your lunch.
Okay, PE, I think we are done now. On my side, I just wanted to thank you ladies for making time to be with us in these 3 days. And thank you for your participations. and your engagements. And I really hope you take this forward to continue with the courses provided, because you can actually learn a lot. NEMISA has a lot of offerings. If you have listened well, can I maybe just ask one of you, what are the other things that they deal with besides the computer literacy?
Mama, the other things that we deal with is like, we are youth, we don't have any jobs. So this program showed me that we can find jobs. With these certificates, we can do much more. So Mama, we thank you.
Okay, you've spoken well, but I just want to get someone to tell me, what does NEMISA actually offer, except for the course that you are doing today, if you have listened to their presentation?
Okay, they spoke about business management, someone who wants to start a business. They spoke about savings. I'm speaking about yesterday. They spoke about savings and how to manage your money. And then today they spoke about GBV. So that is besides computer literacy that we were.
Thank you so much, Malavi, but I think you're referring to Postbank. I'm saying NEMISA. Actually, NEMISA offers, you see presenters on TV, animations, cartoon, they also have those kind of courses. So you should actually go to their website, check them out, because it can give you great opportunities. But thank you, thank you, thank you. We will take a group photo, and then afterwards you can go and enjoy your lunch. Thanks, babes.